you're saying is, again, we have leadership that have not fostered the environment for different types of entrepreneurship growth from the youth. And they have allowed the general economy to descend to a point where the only way a young person with business and dynamic capability is to fall into the black market.
Yeah.
Is to fall into the black market. Black market have violence in it. So there is going to be violence with that at place. The reality. Now, I had the clip you referred, the radio clip. And it's a reality. If the youths and them don't have no future, and I'm not even saying the youths and them, in general, if a man don't have a future or a woman don't have a future, it's crime they're going into it. Woman will turn to prostitution. Prostitution is a crime against the community against the Commonwealth of Dominica. Man doesn't turn to prostitution like that. First, just turn to robbery and crime. Some girls will turn to crime, and that's just the reality that going to set in for the general public. They're going to be crime. Across the age spectrum. You'll see a 50, 60-year-old man do a crime.
Definitely.
And wonder like, boy, Mr. Also, boy, Mr.
Yeah, man.
And
Yeah,
but the man have to
I see
survive.
that in the past already, man.
And the only survivor going to come from crime. Because crime is only the only thing that seems like it paying.
Yeah.
You have boss man there stealing, crime.
Yeah.
You have his underlings laundering money for him, crime.
Yeah.
They stealing from the state, crime.
Yeah.
So
the vision is crime. The vision, it seems the vision of
the
Dominica.
economy is a criminal economy.
Yes,
Let's face the reality.
Yeah, man.
Let's face the reality.
We have to be brutally honest about
Get in
that. Real
ahead.
thing, you know.
Get in ahead.
Of course.
Requiring a lot of cheating in Dominica. Because hard work and discipline just doesn't seem to pay. And you have people working hard in all sorts of fields of endeavors and you're not getting the wages that pay in a life. See NEP workers, that is an essential government trap. You have a private sector that's not growing, salary is not growing. You have a public sector that's not growing in salary. So at the end of the day, if they don't make way for the youths, the youths will make way for themselves.
That's right.
And the only way they will make way for themselves is through crime.
Yeah, man.
Julio, and to just put a little strength on something you see. You see, the situation as it is here, when there is no value for honest work there, that's the thing I always refer to. That think of it like that. A son growing up in a house and he's seeing his two parents there are honest, hard-working people. Yet they get no respect. They are the ones that are being mistreated, abused. You understand? Victimized. So every generation is seeking to outdo the one before them in.
Yes.
So if you see your father go through a lifetime of that kind of a treatment, all the time telling you, son, be humble, you know, a good name better than you know, silver and gold. And you see this poor man there living his whole life on those values and end up dying with nothing. So the next generation are not willing to resign themselves to that kind of existence. And our population is no longer older population. We have a young population now. Most of our people are, I would say, under the age of 40. No. You check what I'm saying? So when you erode, that to me that is a erosive, it has an erosive effect on the social structure down to the family, because a son not going to take instruction from his father, he will more dread his father and tell him, look at you.
I see that already.
Huh? You don't do nothing with yourself. You just work for people and you don't have nothing to you check I saying. And I self don't doing that.
Yeah.
No, that is the reality. And when I was listening to the young man talking, that is all I was playing in my head, because that is somebody's son. That is somebody's son that fucking there. Why we trying and belittle it and say, oh, them young people don't want to work? And you see, we have to become sophisticated as a society, because the people that perpetrating those crimes against us are sophisticated. They are deviously sophisticated.
Good.
Yeah.
One of the viewers, Sharon Dorival, she said she beg to differ. Crime doesn't pay. I want to touch on that.
If crime doesn't pay,
She say crime doesn't pay. You say crime pay. It seems that crime not paying. Earlier on.
well, crime does pay
She
because
say crime not paying.
let's be straight about it. Let's be straight about it. Crime does pay. We cannot
When you
bullshit
finish to address that question,
and trying to think in the theoretical utopia of crime doesn't pay. Man this, man that. Selling cocaine is a crime. Man selling cocaine, man building house. It paying you what you wanted to pay, the physical wealth coming to you. And from my perspective, man, again, once you're not stealing from somebody, you earn your honest living. Once you're not calling somebody, you earn your honest living. Is stealing from people, is calling from people, is cheating people.
That's crime.
That is crime.
And so we have criminal enterprise running the country.
Yeah, because still a man stealing from
for
people.
for the past 20 years plus, it paying them so far.
But it's something I understand, my mother. The conscience of wicked men doesn't be bothered. So if people have in their mind that the wicked conscience does bother them, or when they die and that, look at all who that tell you wait till you die. They live in opulence. That's what that's
so no, let us start there now with what you just said. I have a question for Sharon Dorigo. What value is spiritual currency? What value is a man's life? Because I'm going to tell you something about crime. It have levels of crime. You check. It have petty crimes. It have crimes you do. You steal a crackers that don't kill nobody. You check me. And then it have crime on a level of mass destruction. You check. I telling you. Now, these educated and sophisticated men are at a high level of spiritual warfare against Dominican people, and that is where I need us to get right. These men know that they're not going to live forever, so they've made a pact, and they have held hands, and they have together drank out of the same cup. They have committed crime that they know they go into their grave with it. Now, here's where crime will pay. If these men are not held to account for their crimes in their lifetime, while they are alive, their children and their children will benefit from their crimes. So you see, to them, their life is nothing, because their life is on the altar to ensure that generations of their lineage will be free and will be built on our children back. Okay? Now, let me make a relation to things that happen in history when we're talking about crime. 200 years of free labor by black people to build America was a crime.
Yes.
Okay?
And America is reaping
And
benefits.
tell me that America has not benefited from that crime. And I rest my case.
Yeah, man, up to now.
But
And that is the same thing our leaders are doing to us. They are paving the way for their generations on our children blood, on our children back.
and I accept that. Now, why is the
Sharon Doriva.
Sharon
She
Doriva.
spoke up to
Right.
comment there.
And she said that's a very important comment she said there, because I read it.
Yes.
And my response to what she has to say in terms of other ethnicities, say the Italians, the Chinese, etc., selling drugs, engaging in corruption, and then they building up their communities and their vibes. And black people doesn't do that.
Yeah.
But as Tyrone was saying, 400 years and 200 years of slavery and breaking up people's mentality and teaching them the wrong things, we as an independent country have not taught ourselves to value our assets.
Yeah,
we have not been valued, we have not been taught to invest in ourselves. We have not been taught to invest in our communities. And most importantly, we have not been taught to go out and open businesses. Go school, learn well, and get a job. It's very different from go out there, get some money, make an investment. These are different educational lines.
Yes, sir.
So you have the other ethnicities building up capital and then
you,
being
brother.
taught to invest it to gain value.
Thank you, brother.
We are being taught to go and get a PhD to get a job, to go and work for the UN as our aspiration.
Yeah.
So when grown men that have PhDs are 50 something years old, they will tell you, boy, I can't quit my job, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Because with a PhD, you still hasn't been taught, go out and make investments to bring back dividends. So the majority of our people are not business minded. It's not being taught to us to create value from what we have. We're in a situation where we sell our land, our value, our main value that we're supposed to turn into investments. We sell our passports, another investment tool that we're not turning into no investment vehicles of any profit for us as a people. So even in the government circle, for example, in the corruption, let's just say in the corruption world, we have the government bringing in Renault. And Renault come Dominica, and I'm not literal. Renault come Dominica with 10 trucks. Now Renault has a construction empire.
Yeah.
Now, you'd want to think that somebody from the camp would start with 10 trucks and now have a construction empire that is locally based. This is the difference. They thought to steal, not to build. They thought to work for somebody, not to build up capacity. And that is our failure as a group, as a whole community, not just Dominica, but just as a whole black community post-slavery.
And imagine as we there, I remember my brethren, my mentor, they sent me a video of Magic Johnson, you know, speaking, having an interview with somebody. And Magic Johnson is basically telling the guy that, you know, like he doesn't be on a level of thinking of how to make, you know, small businesses millions and billions thinking about. If you not on that level, he's not going to invest in you. You understand what I'm saying? So he thinking on the level of the oppressor self. Same, that's the mindset. So he's saying like he don't see himself as I have the money, now let me invest in some of my people and them see if I can pull them up. He's saying if you're not up on the same level with me, I'm not messing, we're not talking, we can have conversation about making money, you know, to my level. You check it, and that is what happened to us here too. We don't believe in our people and checking like let's pull up our people. We are like when people outside come in and like we cannot do. And that's what you said over the 400 years of, you know, what they teach us is to not believe in ourselves like we're inferior. And to believe in ourselves, and that is our problem, Rasta. And that is the mindset we need to get out, get the youths, and you know, those that older, they're already, but see if we can try and we need to that will change the whole education vibes to educate the youth and make them know you can do whatever you want to do. You have not to want to work in the bank and want to, you know, work in the this and that. Let us teach our youths and them how to, what you say, the mojo, start business. Me, since I know myself, I tell myself. So I always tell them, man, I don't work for you, boy. And I don't want you to work for me either, you know. I want us to work together. We check it, let's build each other. And we can build. More people are around us that, you know, self-sustainable, you know, and they're self-reliant. Then stronger community we're gonna have, and a stronger country and a stronger everything, because all of us are able to, you know, we pass the money there, buy what you want, and everybody bubbling.
So you see, that's exactly how it should be, man. You know? So everybody have their little operation in the city, you know, and it's, you know,
yeah, man.
Now the setup that they right now is to sell us on this idea of the service industry. Now, the service industry will always be there, you know, bro. You check me? But if you're talking about building, you know, an enterprise and building, we have to, yes, service industry. You can is like anything else. You can build within it. But what I'm saying is that look at franchises that have come out of people like Asta fans. Right now, Asta oil, corn beef. We go into the supermarkets and buy in. You understand? So, why is it possible for them and not us? Because we need to have discussions about access to capital. What is capital? Capital is land. In our case, we don't have cash collateral because we don't have no rich family leaving no big inheritance for us. So our wealth is in the land and in the ownership of that land. You understand? So look at a perfect example. My old neighborhood in the four corners by Charlo there, where they used to call Zone. You understand? Well, it do looking like it will have Zone Rouge there for long again, my brother, because the Chinese buying up the place. And I know that amount of money already passing in that place 10 and 15 and 20 times. But our people don't have the mindset of using the institutions to leap ahead.
And instead our people and them, those are in the position, come to those youths, you see Zone Rouge here, and instead you come to them and say, but how we can make Zone Rouge into a real Zone Rouge, a business that can bring money for all you legitimately.
You understand me, my brother?
You know about vibes there. You know, like
it a club.
A brand and a vibe.
Yeah.
All you come and just try and just get them man to come and just give all you their support and put all you there.
And then
you can pull out.
It's a system of control. Man.
Yeah, man.
That's what it is. Yeah, you know, I just call them thing, I just watch that and check is the African syndrome. Because we grew up watching Africa and checking South Africa corner up and poor and real. But all that time now we wasn't checking our own self. So they blind us and make us look one way. Whilst it was happening right here. You check. So it's boy, black people.
Yeah, man, and
All countries it have black people.
yeah, and Master is making a comment there saying that I say two things we learn from very well from slavery. Is disunity and mistrust in ourselves.
Yeah, because it's just like a man checking like, boy, less friends, less this, less that. But for you to have a business, you need friends,
support one another.
If you don't trust one another, you cannot do have a community. That is how communities come about. How you make a community? It's people that trust one another, that came together for their protection, for their different things, for their advancement.
Yeah.
Whether it was a family, it started off as a family and it expand. But at the end of the day, everybody is trusting one another.
Yeah,
I man tell you before, they could leave their house open and go anywhere, leave their children there. And check with their neighbor.
Yeah.
To the
man
checking you, they trust him. But at the end of the day, anything you're doing,
yeah, man, you need people. We need each other.
Yeah,
So you open your little shop for me there. But you expecting like one people that wants them to buy it. But you always want to have some man them that steady you can be playing dominoes just to be buying drinks and things, bubbling because you have people around you that are willing to come and and that's how but if you don't have nobody there, it just depending on
trust in one another.
yeah, man, it's very correct, and it's
Divide and rule.
Yeah, man.
Divide and rule. And Spirit and them man doing that. You check, so them man come, they'll never people and bring people together.
Yeah.
They themselves have no power because the power is distributed amongst everybody.
Yes.
You check, but now when you take away the people power and you concentrate it within yourself and your institutions, your realm, then you make the people weak. You check.
Yeah,
So that is
yeah.
So them man using the dependency, all them different things.
Just like
Our economics.
Right.
Right. So you have a political party, Labour Party, have more resources than the government.
Yeah.
So how is that possible? Labour Party don't have not one business.
Well, I don't put in it like that now. In the absence of evidence, I free to assume come and play the ear. Put campaign finance laws in there and let us know what happening. Until then, I assume that is state funds. And nobody will change my mind about it.
Yeah, the telling me it's not state funds.
So I don't give it no benefit of no doubt.
It's been spent under the guise as Labour Party. So myself I call it OIC.
And that's the reality about
the situation.
Right.
That
well, I do say in Labour Party using Dominican more.
Yes.
So I don't put in it no differently.
Yes, you're right.
But the state broke and Labour Party have more.
Because
Exactly.
that's what, but it's
We
so they
can
want,
watch that.
so they want to put
Watch that.
psychologically in people's mind,
Watch
that
that.
Labour Party is the,
But
no.
then Pyro dropping it for you, like, what does everybody have for them to have more money than this than Dominica?
Watch that.
And the
Can't be
people say
mad.
that.
Hold on, no, at the better part. You're asking any Dominican why our Prime Minister is one of the most wealthy. What is his business? What is his story to riches? And they'll tell you, boy, you don't have none. Suki sell 2 bread and ride his bicycle. Suki had this. Macmillan, Papa Macmillan have gas station. Ask somebody to tell you how our Prime Minister is one of the wealthiest. And they'll tell you, boy, you don't have a story. They just know you have money.
Labour Party.
Just like Labour Party. What is all your story to money?
It's pure thievery. It's right there. You don't even know. Let tell it, man. Man don't have to look at no big science. Everything right there. I ain't tell you nothing under the sun. You don't have to look far for nothing. All the things right there. Labour Party doesn't have a source of income.
No.
The only thing is dependent on donations. You check? So you're telling me you're getting more donation, more funding than Jamaica.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Because the government not giving us stimulus. But Labour Party giving stimulus.
Yes, sir. Boy!
But the government are lending
But
money
that
for the
is a
stimulus.
serious evil thing.
But the government are lending money for the stimulus.
Hey! But I got, hey! Like comedy, me boy. No, like, like, sorry, but love like I love that thing. Guys, real circus clown thing, right? Wow, that's imagine. So I tell him, the other incident where a youth man with some man chain and a fat youth man and the holy man start to, you know, soften the man thing and he takes some big slap on another man. So that's the video on Facebook there. So I comment on that and say, well, yeah, you know, I okay. So those software baller we have taken all our money and our resources now. When we deal with them like that now, you know, when we're gonna deal with them like that because baller is baller, that they baller is doing worse than what fat boy do, you know.
Yeah.
Fat boy, I don't know why fat boy should be see chain and you see your side. I don't know what you expect to go. But fat boy this side, you will see the chain and run. Them man getting paid salary and them man still tipping all the country money until they have more money than the country. And we just there and checking like. So two people comment or everything they commented. Some people comment, you know, like yeah, you really want to yeah with me. But two people comment. First one checking, Maggie, if you want to try a thing and you know, if you want to end up in the jail and this or thing like that. And next one saying about, you know, like you don't know what the man doing, like man checking like as if well, you know, I checking like what?
You see, yeah. You see what you just said there, Maggie? You see what you just said there? To me, how I see it, that's like a big cult ritual. All them big man, you can list the names. All of them tinted. They hold hands together, and they crush the threshold together. They know there is no coming back. Okay? They curse into that, and they know it's still death. Okay? We're going to die in our corruption. Our name going to be solid. But our generations, our children and our children going to be okay. You understand? So to combat that, it have man now that have to agree, well, let us go in the jail. Same way. You understand? You see how you say he ask you, well, try a thing?
Yeah.
Well, somebody have to try something. And if it's jail, it's jail. You understand? Mandela take jail, you know.
But there's nothing to try.
You check I telling you?
Yeah.
So that is what Dominicans and them fellas there have to understand. That when you see a man coming to a man decide is either your life or his life, you are faced with a decision. Okay? So if it's jail, it's jail. And somebody going to have to take the jail.
Or somebody have to take the grave.
You understand?
You see that way?
It's simple like that, my brother. Because you see what I see happening in Dominica is that because it have more cowards than brave ones. It's like, yeah man, and I agree. Because if 10 people have to go and you see our religion train us so you know that somebody else must go and die.
Yeah.
Somebody else must go and put themselves on the cross.
Yes.
For what we collectively
Yes,
put ourselves in. We don't saying, you don't saying, yeah boy Maggie, when you gonna do you check me?
Yeah.
Huh?
That's expecting boy.
You talking about well, you're talking about jail because somebody now have to bear the discomfort
For you.
for you of what what we put ourselves in. And it's not even so much what we put ourselves in, you know.
No.
Because so many people there have been echoing from time, watch the direction we go in. And now these people that have been calling on us to take heed, these are the people that we sit down waiting for to go and jump on the cross, for us to be free. So when we finish, take the jail and we die, all you'll be there to enjoy it. Well, alright, man. Well, if it's so it have to be, then so it might have to be. But just know, the freedom that you will be enjoying, the good time you'll be enjoying, will not be by your own name.
Yeah, look the next one, right? Look what the comment for the next one. Because you tell me, well, go and live scare it now if he stole your money. That's a woman said. Well, when I click on the status, I say, no, big shoe, deliver party shoe. I say, okay, I understand.
The woman and she say, why do you scare it?
Shall we go and live scare
You see?
it? If it's my money
You see?
is still.
When
She's-
you got money, you steal.
She's saying it in a kind of a way that is almost to me sound like a derogatory the way you're reading it. So, in the realm of trying to be polite to that person, but giving it a response, that person should try to be a little less ignorant of matters of finance with the state. And if that person that say, if Skerrit steal our money, go and deal with him, I'd like that person to state on the live where did Skerrit find his riches. And if they can tell us his story to riches, then it's not our money he steal. And then they can speak freely. But until then, you the person that cannot come up with his story from rags to riches, then I accuse him of being a sacque volley until he prove otherwise. Full stop. Now, back to the radio clip with the youth man.
Yes, brother.
One of the critical things we have to take about that clip is the state of the economy. For the last 10 years, a whole decade, we've had one man rule over our economy. One man rule over the economy. Solid one man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the first 5 years, man died. Austerity, man died. Next man come, me give the young man a chance. Young man try and get his footing in a fight, you know. But in the last 10 years, a whole decade, we've been under one man rule. And the value of the local economy has not grown. I know we have those numbers games the economists does play, and the GDP always going up, and the GDP plus this, and the GDP plus 2%, and you know, it does somewhat good, you feel something like it growing in your metrics. But in the metrics of real life, that really measuring our levity, nothing not growing in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
To the point where things just been on a steady decline. Now, look at the Bayfront. I don't go and criticize the village they put there and the massive inconvenience it causing in Roseau there and the poor location that we're not going to answer that. What I'm going to point out to you is what happened to the corporate family decorating Roseau on their businesses? It has disappeared. So now the government and Tranquility Bay, which is government funded passport money, have to step in and decorate Roseau for us. In a time when I grew up in the 80s and the 90s, the businessmen took on their own to decorate Roseau. So you have Bayfront bright and the rest of Roseau dark. And that is the economy that we have. Government things are bright and the local economy is dead. You bring up the service industry. The service industry. There are all types of services. But I'll just keep a little simple basic service. If we do in construction, this week from ghetto and man understanding simplicity. If a big construction project happening in the neighborhood, big capital project, will the country take our money, we lend our money and we have to pay that back. To spin the economy services, a woman will get involved in the service industry because money in the air to get. A man will be washing cars because cars have to wash. because man buying new car service industry. But that service is built from within.
Yes.
From within. But the service industry we trying to propagate is a service industry that depends on the well-being of others and not the internal strength of us as a people. Because long before we had tourism, there were all sorts of services in Dominica happening, and services were growing because people required more services because the economy was growing.
The tourism was better.
The tourism was better. It was more authentic.
Yes.
It was more with what the aspirants say. It was more of the flow of the culture of the people rather than resort and crew tourism.
Artificial.
Yes, artificial tourism is the best way to put it. But the clip on the radio is about, really and truly, is about the economy and the fact that we not being invested in ourselves by our own government. So we are from the youths, no economic development from their standpoint, whether it be sports opportunities, whether it be entrepreneurship opportunities. And with entrepreneurship, it's not land is a capital. It's an important necessity. But with such success with our CBI program, it is beyond me that we do not have venture capital in Dominica.
Yes, brother.
And Dominica requires venture capital.
Yes,
because
brother.
I once went to the bank, and I asked the guy in the bank, my bro, what do I need to get $500,000 out of the bank? Man tell me I have to get $600,000 in collateral.
Yeah.
So I have to go and get your title, Maggie title, Pyro title in order to achieve the smallest, to get $500,000. In a place where when you bring something on the pot, duties, this is that, $500,000.
Crazy, you get one shot. Boy. So you also have another option. You need to be the camera. You need to be singing your song. You
we must have venture capital.
Yeah.
And until
you see, for the transition, we never transitioned from a colonial state to an independent state. And, well, I shouldn't say we never transitioned, but the transition that we made from being a colony into an independent state was a transition of corruption. So instead of this, of the administrators of this state facilitating the development of this state, they use the resources of the state to develop themselves and to facilitate the developments of themselves. So the state, which is we the people, never had the opportunity to grow. You check. And people saw that, so people run away.
Yes. And they keep running.
Dominica have a serious migration problem. Serious employment problem that has not been addressed. You check. It has not been addressed because you can only address them problems by empowering people. All I all know, so it's just like what you say. Dominica full of land, the largest island in the OECS. Yet still, if for instance a young man from a poor family with no access to property or land wants to become a farmer, or aspiring to be a farmer, grows into becoming a farmer, how is he going to have access to land so he can become a farmer and he can grow? We check where is the state organs and mechanisms to facilitate that kind of a development. So if you never have, you say you go and stay, never have. You check me, and that man, instead of putting the resources to facilitate for the youth, for the state, the people, to develop we the people of the country, the resources are being used to facilitate the development of the administrators of the country.
Before you come in, Maggie, I want to touch on what Pyro was saying there. You see what you was talking about, youth man coming from a family and trying to elevate his status. Now, just look at that. Between school living and 25 years, that is like a window of potential for any young person.
Yes.
Especially for two things, right? They have no debt. They have not been burdened by debt at that point. Let's say you don't take loan to go and study nothing. You don't have no debt burden. You don't have a child. You don't have dependents. That is the opportune window for the development of young people to teach them about accessing capital and to develop themselves. Not necessarily if you want to do farming, but if you let's say you have plenty families, you have maybe 6 people, 6 children coming up in that house, and then children starting to make children in the same house, brother, and then turn into the welfare, just to finish, turn into the welfare support system of the government, rather than enabling them to become independent and have their own.
See what you're saying there? Remember, let's go to Grand Bay.
Yeah.
Pre the Geneva uprising. Right? Grand Bay was restricted. The village of Grand Bay itself was restricted to the Lale area. So when slavery was abolished, the slaves were abandoned, were kicked off the plantations. You check? Yeah. And that is how they moved to the Lale.
Yeah.
But over a few generations, and the congestion there became. Just like what you say, they had no access to land, and it's the same thing that happening today. So, children having children inside their parents' home, their parents die, the little small plot of land they had, it maybe have to cut in 4. Yeah. So each man have a little shack there. Now you know in your little shack maybe have 3-4 children. When you die,
create chaos, problem.
So if you go Grand Bay around the Lale, there's some little lots, you know, my brother. All around, you know, some little lots. No, barely have road.
Yeah.
The check is just track. You check the kind of congestion that was existing there. That is what that caused the uprising of the Grand Bay, the Geneva estate. When man have been himself and the man have been to lead the uprising. Yeah. People need the land.
You see.
And that bring a revolution. But the revolution now is like, we Dominicans, we never, what I say, like the people never appreciate
what happened.
Yeah, the work that was done. So you're finding now, we come in and find ourselves back in the same predicament. You check.
They will never talk to appreciate
right.
it.
So now we're back in the same predicament where we have a government that don't give a shit about none of us. All they care about is enriching themselves and by any means necessary. No. We the people, we have to pick up the enemies necessary to liberate ourselves. You check? By any means necessary, we have to liberate ourselves.
Yeah, man.
Pyro, you see, what I believe happened is that you see what you talk about, the congestion. I think the boundaries are not, because the boundaries are not physical. People, like you leave the little house and you're able to roam freely across, you know. So you can roam across the land, but you have no access or no ownership to it.
Yeah.
So it's still like a containment thing.
But of course.
You check me? So
you
people think that
you know what they're saying now?
Yeah.
When we was in Cuba,
yeah.
It was me, a set of Jamaicans, Russians, Africans. You know what man used to say? We're in an open air prison.
Yeah, man.
You check? Because you're free to move around. It's just a mirage, you know.
Yeah, man.
You check? Anytime you just go against these people ideology. That is it for you. You check, you cannot have you're not allowed to have your own ideology, or to develop your own vibration. You check, so it's like once you're against them man thing, or not even you're not even against their thing, you know, but once like to say once you have your own ideology, your own empowerment, them man taking it as a threat. You check, and there now they looking at you as a threat, and they checking like they have to deal with you, they have to terminate you, they have to do something with you. And you check, and that is the same problem we have been done.
That was my one of my posts today, you know. I said I'm going to put a post today, and the post is, do not let my potential be a threat to you. Empower me, and all of us will eat.
But it's supposed to be.
Check it. Let's empower each other.
Because the more people that empower, the more inclusion you will have, the more participation you have. And the more participation you have is the better for everybody. Think of everybody in the community having a spending power where they can come and buy in a shop, they can do certain things, they can build their house, you check me, even if it don't happen all in one instant, but gradually you can work, making your money, build your house, do your thing, participate in the community, be together. You check, it's a better way for everybody.
Imagine the man having a conversation today to the DOC election coming up and things, so I'm talking about the DOC, Dominican Olympic Committee, and rules and responsibilities, you check it. And it's like I tell the man, DOC, there's the conduit, like the funding agents out there. It has to go for DOC to fund the association, so the associations can be, can develop. But now only a few associations developing, one or two, because one or two of them know how to write projects and the others don't.
To me, I just say no association in Dominica developing.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, which association in Dominica can even say they have their own compound? Huh?
Apart from DFA, which is FIFA.
And see this thing of the DFA grounds. You check, that can even bring in an income.
You check again, exactly.
And when you had Windsor Park was bringing in
income, exactly.
You check?
Exactly.
20 years later, you go 60 years behind.
So now I check in like yo.
So now you're spending to maintain something that don't even make an income.
Exactly. And that's what we do in the country. And so I'm saying that.
I hear never talking about Dominica Olympic Committee. Youth man growing up. Man is to go Windsor Park, track and field. Where is track and field today?
No.
So right now, Dominica Olympic Committee. What is the vibes about Dominica Olympic Committee?
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, it don't track and field. You check where they hosting events, where they keeping things. You check. I know Olympics is track and field. Because that is that used to be the main thing. See how them Jamaicans, where them Jamaicans make their name?
Track and field.
Youth man growing up. When you hear Sports Day.
Imagine that.
I don't know.
And across Carnival City.
I don't know where in Roseville or where in Dominica it have a track and field.
Them man say the Puff section, Portsmouth,
Benjamin Park have a thing. But apart from that,
they try hurting goodwill there.
Those are the dangerous.
The Windsor, them man take over the Windsor Park and the Carnival City. The Carnival City have another vibes again. They also have track and field happening there. So it's two, them man take two in one and just renting a space, office, to have their own building. They buy a building, $1.something million. That how can that be achievement, bro? And all the other association benefit you don't even have a like a container to put there.
Yeah, but the development supposed to be the people.
Exactly.
So if the people, you not see no sports develop in my area.
The athletes, you know.
You not see no sport
no.
being developed. That we can go and watch in a race that well performing, or you can time like before you can go in Sapak, sit down, watch them man train track and field. Or you can go and do that today.
In God is doing that way. In the only
God is
turf,
doing track and field.
they practicing, they're training.
God is on the track.
Exactly, that no track.
That is
And
mad,
just when you're training, and I say I was going to make him, I was going to one man put this in the garden.
And the Dominica Olympic Committee. And how much journalists, how much team, and none of them man to see it fit to call on them and no nonsense, my brother.
What you boasting, my
So let me ask you now, how you getting access to the stadium, grounds?
It was stadium manager there. It was stadium manager of sports division, all of them government business, you have to go for that. Check it. Now the stadium and bringing no income, but they have to pay the manager and pay the security and them and whatnot, and to bring in no income.
So we are Windsor Park now, where everybody was free to think now.
And make money.
No big maintenance cost, you check me.
Well,
So we gotta do a thing now.
Everybody in the day Windsor Park.
Nobody can use
basketball.
Making exactly.
People was actually participating.
Yes, but what I say now, is that happening in the stadium?
No,
No people not participating.
You know why? Let me tell you why. Because they have to squeeze every dollar they can get out of it to go towards the maintenance of the damn place, my brother. So
Yeah,
it
apart
may
from
not
that.
feasible.
Yeah, but apart from that, not participating.
Yeah, exactly. So the whole vibe just it's sad.
When you're thinking of they want to, if you have a bag of peanuts you want to go and sell in the stadium during a match, they want to tell you have to pay $100 to go and sell your peanuts inside.
So it come back what Pyro say about what is happening in the country where the administrators and the administrators, the money is being spent on them, all the resources is being spent on developing them, the administrators.
And not the people.
Yeah, it's just like the things of the place. The man is boasting that they own a building for the administrators. But where is it? What you have for the athletes?
Yeah, and the athletes are supposed to be bringing in
Of course.
Yes.
They are the most important component in the whole organization.
Because really, we have to be realistic. Sports is about you get entertained through the sports.
I like how you put it there.
You check, you get that joy of watching a man put his skills. You check whether he do it in certain flair way and he do it in certain ways, whatever he do it, you check. Man checking like, you check. So at the end of the day, sports is entertainment. You check. And without the entertainment.
The entertainers.
Right, correct. Thank you, my brother.
Yes, correct.
You check. Where is the entertainment?
When they go out in the administrative building and go and run on the field for people.
Who can come and watch an administrative building?
Exactly. So how you making money?
People want to come and watch people run.
Yes.
People, you check, and then no, you as the administrator will support and ensure.
And not just that, you know.
And you look at you look
You
good
want to
too.
see the people. You want to see the people in their colorful jersey, my brother, looking well. You know.
Exactly. And then you will get the praise because it's you who that empower all that is poisoning the place, that is spreading like
that.
Boy, if COVID easy, that worse than COVID, boy. All I wonder what COVID, that system. In Dominica, that worse than COVID, boy. That's spreading for the whole.
I always check Dominica now. The brain drain real.
Yeah, man.
See the brain drain.
Trust me.
The brain drain real.
Real.
Because the environment does force you to not participate.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you go in there and you check it, boy, you just don't like the media person or the call it in there like as if you just when you reach and you check it. Like them thing you shouldn't even be on that level, you check me. So like coming to come, it's like a level, you check me. So like coming to come, it's like as if you know you destroying yourself to be able to shoot into them and things.
Yes, please.
You check
Everybody had the front and I right at the back and I watch it. Discussion. They have a parliament. Discussions going on inside there about their ability to access a piece of land in their own country. Huh? But they say now, straight flight now to Dominica.
From one state.
Yeah, so people can come with their briefcase some money now, and you know time the briefcase open, they have land. Chinese, American, European, and these people they're celebrating that, you know, my brother.
yeah man, I watching that thing and I check it. But myself I didn't watch it at all. I didn't participate in it. It's straight. I think there is no plan. There has not been a plan presented to the country, to the state, to us, to say how those activities of flight from Miami are going to impact the economy of Dominica.
Yeah.
There has not been any plan, any nothing. Just like the international airport. I just say an international airport supposed to have a 20-year plan accompanying it to show how we're going to have that economic impact and how you're going to have a developmental goals and so on and have a guided development.
Like the stadium. I'm still going
About the road.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't about the road, it was about the river. People complaining about, oh, there's no something road. People that our people don't understand, they will sit down on the side of that same road and watch people drive past them up and down whole day, all their life. You understand? People will come out from foreign and where the tree they sit down taking shade under there, they will just find out one day, Mr. Jim Brown and them own that land and Mr. Van fence that, so you have to find somewhere else to take shade. You understand? So we celebrating all this infrastructural development happening around us. And the people don't realize it that they're not being developed. So you see the road developing there, but you'll never drive on it. Because the vehicle is still a luxury item. You understand? On the port. You don't care about that? While the white man getting duty free to bring his own? International flight. International airport. Anybody can come to Dominica, or just hop a plane and come to Dominica, yet you still don't have the ability to access land in your home place. You check me? So it looking there to me like, when I was referring to the service industry earlier, the part of the service industry that I was taking a little offense to is the thing of catering to people that already have. You understand? People already out their whole life and they're on their retirement now. You understand? And we sending our children now to serve these people, and our children have no access to nothing. So what is that?
Slavery. Master business.
You go in and full bed shit and serve meals and things to people that, boy, come on, man.
Master days.
So we don't worth that. So people can't cater for us.
Boy, let me tell you now.
We can't be considered.
Let's you see, and it's solution time in Rasta, it's action time, you know, because right now myself that I have to see that start fixing, you know, and yeah. Imagine you're talking to two things happen to me on the weekend. I go down and post from some youths and them, you know. See, I do all the vibes them. And the youths and them is like so amazing to see, like, yo, the youths and them know what we did. The youths and them, they're not dumb, you know, they're not stupid, you know. They know even if this education system, but it have those that taking it in serious, and they, like a young girl telling me, well, coach, but them man, see that now, so long I'm doing the master, I'm facilitating so long and whatnot, so I tell her, boy, you know, I don't know, the people still looking for thing, ventilation thing. 5 years later, up to now, like a little shed, can't finish build. But now, I check it like, no. So I check in like, yo, that's so small and simple, that's the thing, so at least 5 on the island, so they will tell me what 5 talking about now, so more, you go checking like,
yeah.
Yeah, because checking like, yo, okay, we're talking about resilience and hurricane shelters. A building like that is a perfect hurricane shelter, so it's a multi-purpose, and people fund those, people tell me all that, boy. People, these things that the international funding agency will fund, because you're getting a facility that can host sports and organized event, and you can still can transform into a hurricane shelter in terms of things. So all different communities have one. You have a big building, and you know people are never lose their house. They come inside and stay until you check it. After that,
less of an inconvenience.
Yeah, after that you take out your boom, and that other one thing and what you. But them man blame who's the hurricane shelter on the island? Just hurricane shelters they building. Emergency shelters. Rather than giving money for us do nothing.
Yeah.
And the girl telling me that, and I checking, boy, you send them. You check it?
But our youth have potential,
Yeah,
and they
man.
see what need to be. Let me tell you, my brother leave Dominic. Alright, Peter. Huh? And within 5 years, bro, the man financed his own house, you know. He and his wife, he checked me. And buy their vehicle and now organizing their, you know. And I couldn't see that happening for my little brother in Dominica, you know. So I just say, hey, boy, job, praise job, boy. Mr. You check I saying, bro. Well,
Same thing,
take a little longer.
a similar experience.
And
a similar experience, I'm telling you. I also buy me there at my little bar, Newtown there, and in the youth man I come, you know, and I survived with him from King's Hill and things. And things start turning and things so, and then the man end up make enough for him to decide he making that. You know what man think of doing first thing? Leave Dominica, you know.
Yeah.
The man get them forward, see things turning, he make a little change, man thinking first thing what he SM on have free bikes, I'm telling you, man, well organized. And the man coming and check me and making a, you know, making drink for me.
For some reason, when you see our people leave our shows, my brother, majority of them is reject me.
Yeah. I want to do better.
You check, I telling you, and I checking, boy. See that boy.
It's opportunity, my brother. Provide them to their family. Provide them.
You have to pay it back. It's good. Sell. It's good. You check me. Them the money
You tell them that.
Alright, so hear that now. I was watching that same thing. Now you know I feel I like to I go think different ways, you check? You know what I noticed in those details? Because one of them they had almost finished pay back, and the next one you could see that it was that's what it tells me.
Why they don't pay?
You check, I tell you. And try to justify why they don't pay.
Oh, look what showing me.
Little brother, because when you have and take our money,
Yeah.
that's what we have to do. We understand why. Because the recommendation on Paribelot et al.
Crazy.
So we have that short list there. But we know that is not the only. People, we know it have more people.
I like what
Collect.
I like what you say about it. We want to do our voice.
Almost $10 in VAT. Understand?
15 cents of every dollar is
Thank you.
equivalent to
petticoat down because if the breeze blow too hard,
Yeah.
we will
Yeah, got a
what's
flan.
going on there.
Got a flan. You know, and I check I just I don't have a bicycle now. Boy, I walk and I see how much man passing in front. And I do rushing the ball in, I check like, oh my god, oh my god. Another thing that remind me of the time I'd gone to since in the 90s I gone to toy CK. We store in a good New York, Labor Day. After Labor Day, I end up meeting a partner man, staunch labor supporter up and St. Joe. What you ask me what am I supposed to be doing when we play again until will England till whenever the next month. So I say, oh yes, the money, 100 US a day. 100 US a day.
Understanding the economics. The people and them understanding, like in the Chinese, in those little communities, the Haiti, like, you know, them people understanding. That when you earn a dollar, you earn that dollar from outside. You bring that dollar into the community. When you spend that in the shop there,
Yeah.
have to circulate at least 3, 4, 5 times in the community before it go out.
Yeah.
I'm a better idea.
But that is not what is happening in the 'You're unable to access capital and small businesses crying, brother. You check I saying? With a 5-year grace period. My brother. Aggie, come.
Thing was come, you can push. What's going to be a better spin on you, better thing on what you're saying there.
Yeah.
We forgot it, Lucy, when we were explaining about the dog.
Why is
all about in the community.
Yeah, no. It's not circulating like Flacco explained brilliantly there. Yeah, we cannot in turn take our good mind and export 85-90% of the money back overseas and not try and circulate it in the neighborhood. And that is
Bujo. And the funny thing about it, it's all while that dollar spent.
you don't understand economics?
very much. But you man say I'm back wasn't educated, you man.
But you know, yeah, we still blessed and all that, you know, yeah. I agree with that. You check it.
I beg to differ.
Why?
If we was that is a Achilles heel. Our comfort. You check me?
Take man was shaking there and
Listen.
you have outside, enough man that walk away from the nonsense.
Alright.
And the nonsense wouldn't even
Plenty, but there are plenty bullets. You understand? So if that was the situation, it don't
today, as any
And
Internet.
in order to achieve happiness in physical material, you don't have to carry water that you find okay, you advance. But the burden to carry the advancement because find them with the comfort
That they're looking
that
for.
they're looking
And cry down. No youth man
You playing your
that
old
decide.
man. You're young. You're playing like you're old.
Yeah, I was a youth one. Involved in crime and violent crime. Yampe and go ahead.
Imagine as you saying that I saw that. What people do something. No, in trouble. And I like about 7, 8 years ago. You know? And it right now. Realizing what is the cause of it, and they're ready to deal with it. I'm telling you, Rasta, and I meet a lot of youth in the basket. Now at 27, 26, 27, 28, and nothing happened for you. From all the hard work you put in, and you know the potential you have, and you know you have. Man, war one thing, you know. Action time now. Rasta, because your little brother coming behind. He's 7. those around you that directly affect and know what you go through and say, let's deal with the football, basketball by myself. No resources at all, no committee at all, no executive. I just there on my phone and I just there sending a picture and video and government and playing victimizing me and the people are doing that. But you don't check in your youth, you depriving your youth of opportunity. Eh? Instead you say, let us rally and put pressure on us to help Mark. So Mark and what I do, I don't you see man. So you see, and that is what it is. Check it, at the end of the day, the youths and them feeling like they don't feel you see no hope from the people in that position with the resources.
But they're not participating.
Right.
Man.
Thank you, sir.
That is what it is. Well, for somebody don't have the opportunities, you check, because just like what you're saying earlier, when you track and field, you check, apart from even getting an opportunity to go out there and participate in track and field, Dominica in itself don't even have track and field. You check? So you can even say, boy, you're going to focus yourself on that kind of a development. Something so basic as track and field, my brother.
Yeah.
You check? A human right to sports. A human right. Every community. You check? The man more interested according to the boot.
Yeah.
I put a Kempinski here and there so they self can rob the hundreds of millions. You check? Because when you look at it, is who that participated in the Kempinski kind of a construction thing?
Thank you, brother.
It's them and them. They and their lawyers. Who the lawyers representing? Nobody even know.
You some can't afford that, my buddy. You said about with Jabavi, the boy seen Paul, you and all you when they cannot do say that's nice, but all Paul listen the price of a juice there, boy. Paul listen the boy, you gonna
myself.
No, because we're here, man.
I know.
The only thing I just check right now, for as far as how this thing has come and in the situation we are, the only thing I can see is right now we just have to uprise.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have to uprise against that government, that administration,
100%.
and throw them man down. Throw them down.
Yes.
Hard as we
Live
can.
it pity. Shall if you will.
Yeah, boy, that administrative government we have there, that just doing for them and themselves alone.
Yeah.
We need to follow them man, my brother, so all of us can thrive,
Yeah,
all of us
man.
can live.
Yes, Rasta.
You check, we cannot want to develop a country based on the participation of one set of people. Oh, you have
Yes,
to be
sir.
a liberal for you to participate in the development of Dominica.
We don't get
I don't feel so.
the bomb of
That is nonsense.
There still being a liberate has a limit. Because if
Because
you
it's not even all of them
if you grow into well, man putting limiting factors on
Yeah, it's not even
and
just that.
stopping you.
It's a certain sector, you know, because it's still a certain gang of labor, right? Where you call them for freedom push.
Freedom Rouge.
That really develop in the rest of the people just there as a support structure to ensure the machinery getting oil, you know.
slave
And they
free.
don't even see that.
Esclavage, slave free. Slaves. That's his slaves.
Right.
Man, real freedom rules, you know, right?
We as Dominicans, yeah, we have to.
Time to rise up. Uprising.
Well, if I need to know, my brother, a man thief 1,000 millions.
You
and
man.
giving you 5,000.
Yes, I'm not doing it. They're not taking
1,000 millions.
next cut if you can already
I'm
know
giving
money.
you
Yeah,
5,000.
tell him, let's go Kempinski and you're playing, hey, Ian and them bring me Kempinski and
Yeah, well, I put money in your
It's
pocket.
okay,
The
because-
economics of life,
Because of our-
is activities, you know.
Well, you probably talk about uprising, and you know, uprising, you are yourself in that.
Yeah, well,
I think the
yeah,
partner grande, no, the partners, no. So they are, when we was having meeting earlier there,
see now,
I telling him no, he telling me, oh, them youth man don't know go in and plant food and them things there. But in my mind when you check me, I check in them, so the man want to live, you check me, collect a big money, their mortgage are short, they have their garden plant and things, so they eating their food and thing, and you check. So it's like they, like you say, they don't participate in, they just there for themselves, just
but you have to look
like
at
a parasite too, opportunistic.
at how the mental conditioning go in. Remember, the administrators, that is what they want to do, for people not to participate, to check, so they can take advantage of the situation. No, they putting you in a mental state of mind where for you to just, you're losing yourself, my brother. You check. It's give them liquor, but
Yeah, man, and the same question you do it.
the energy burning because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
you're growing up in a spot, it don't have no spots, it don't have no nothing. You check, you come from school, it don't have no economic activity to say, well, all them man programming you to do is to come and beg them. You check? Brother, we as people, all man have their potential and all man have their blessing. You check? So if we as a people, we're supposed to be able to recognize, right, that we have our blessing, and we're supposed to be able to recognize that there are people that can facilitate all of us being able to express our blessing, and that is what we need as leaders.
Yep.
People that can facilitate we to express and facilitate our blessings.
And you see, you go there, you see the trade where we come back to our partner, the union leaders, because it's union to unite the people. That's what it's supposed to be, unite the people for their benefit, and that is a major problem. So the union and myself, you see right now, I think I don't think I'm going to form a union with the athletes and the sports people.
Dominica have a serious administrative problem. And part of the problem is with us too. As the state, the people in the country, we check, we do not have that pride in ourselves to stand up.
Confidence.
We check.
You feel we need a leader.
Yeah, the dignity. We check. And it's not about feel you needing no man, because at the end of the day, people within themselves, it's not everybody that have initiative, but everybody's supposed to have pride, everybody's supposed to have a level of dignity. You check me? So that within itself, check, supposed to enable you to take certain action and collectively do certain things like come, rise up. We're supposed to be able to collectively come together and then remove that administration, my brother. You check?
Easily.
Yeah. For me, there is one thing, that is my only solution.
Well, there's no other because you're not
We
going
need to come together and remove Labour Party from the government and jail them, man, my brother. You check?
Jail them,
Because at the end of the day,
man.
reform the government.
Yeah.
And put the country back in a way, get people, allow people to be able to participate in the country and allow every Dominican to have their rights.
Yeah.
You check, allow people to be able, all Dominicans should be able to participate in the development of Dominica, because that is the development of us.
Yes.
The development of Dominica is not the development of the land.
No, the people.
It's us.
That's right.
Just imagine
And then once we can develop, then we're gonna develop the land in. And we're gonna develop our environment in. You check. So what we want to do? Wait on the government to be able to develop each and every household in Dominica. That's impossible.
Myro, I don't want to go to you though. You see what you're saying there, that coming back right to what is the thing you always say, my brother. That when the culture of the people, the way the people will live in the lifestyle that was the center of tourism product.
Yeah,
Right? So Roseau in and of itself was a bustle and activity and people there, and you check me. But no, if you contrast that to what they have now, where they have to make a little village.
Yeah, because the
Or
problem
you know-
about it, you see, when it comes to tourism, I tell you, the problem we have about the ideology of tourism in Dominica is that tourism is a product. Tourism is not a product. Because tourism is about selling our culture.
Yes, bro.
You check. We cannot be products, we are not commodities. You check. So once you can refer to us as being a commodity, you're looking at us as slaves.
Yes.
You check. So I tell you, we have an administration that is a serious problem. Our culture is not a product. Our culture is who we are, it's a way of life. You see, like, Henry showed me a thing and I was straight like, Henry's like that real. You check, when you look at Dominicans were Nomte, Rasta, before they become Rasta. I will show you other country had to learn what is Rasta to have become Rasta.
Yeah.
But we as already Dominicans because Rasta because we was living in the land. That was our culture, that was our vibes. You check. But then we allow our way of life to get away from us.
Yeah.
You check. And because of what? You check me. And it's not serving us. It's not serving us. You check. It's not serving us. Because at the end of the day, our way of life, the way we know to live, is to live with the land, to live with nature. You know.
Yeah.
You check me.
To eat booty and everything.
Imagine.
we know
See that? We grow
wild
up.
pig, we know.
Okay, watch that. We grew up knowing Dominica had the most spontaneous carnival in the entire world.
Yes,
Huh? Right now, we cannot claim that again.
But make it a product.
Because we agree, we want to be like Trinidad.
Yeah.
You check, we want to be like Lucia.
A
You check,
product.
we want to be like everybody else. When we had our very own uniqueness.
Yes, man.
You check, and that is our culture, our
Yeah.
uniqueness. You check, we are too. You cannot package that
Even
gas.
the way we speak, boy, man, I want to play Yankee, and I want to play talk like Jamaican, and like brother. Boy, maintain your
You
talk,
cannot
boy.
package them things.
Yeah.
You check, people can come in and observe.
All that is there. We
Tourists come, they observe. They
Yeah.
facilitate the environment
Yeah,
so people
man.
can come and
Carnival
observe.
fellas used to have a big snake in their neck and
Yeah.
check. We fellas doing.
So man, you see all down to how man speak. I used to be telling man like I said enough man busy to play Yankee. You don't use you reach America. You don't have 6 months. You don't know what's up, man. I know you cannot take like boy, me that guy, boy. You talking to the American, if you say go to school, I understand you talking for them to understand you. But if you're talking to me, we have to transform yourself and don't try and play like as if you forget yourself. So like a Dominican to me, my brother. Don't tell me about what's up, man, and them kind of thing, my brother. You check it. So man feel they talking like that.
But again,
Feeling like the hawks, you know.
you see the thing about it too. It's just like the other day, I was talking to a man. Then a man watch it. But almost so COVID come, huh? And he crying, boy, there are tourists. Vendors checking it to sell it like how they used to sell.
You're dependent on it.
But let us take a look back in the 80s and even in the 90s and even before that, when the population in itself had spending power to a certain level where a man could take his family and decide, well, this weekend we're going Emerald Pool, this weekend we're going Coconut Beach,
Yeah, we know.
this weekend we're going Trafalgar Falls.
Picnic.
You check, escalated share, how much sport, and then the locals were participating.
In
Man
that.
had no
Without
what
the
the
tourists.
environment is. You check.
Without the tourists.
Exactly. So also, if man had money, you don't think man would check like,
Yeah, man.
boy.
Come on.
He take his family, take a drive, take a free
Go
up.
on Calabishi Red Rock.
Yes, the tourists would come and the tourists would make it ad.
Yeah.
You check, but now you make it They focus not in it and it
Dependent.
dependent. So now when the absence come now,
All your eggs in one basket.
everybody sit down.
All your eggs in one basket, that basket shall be away. Took back was it. That happened to us there.
That is what happens when you don't care that your neighbor has
You know what that
another
happens?
too.
that is part of it.
You have a shop in a community, you don't care if nobody else in the
Yeah,
community.
but
does. And it's the community that have to bring the
You're shopping for
You have too many pegs.
Yeah.
Freaking dotage and don't know nothing about
And
things.
that's about the pyro. I told you as I'm walking again, and that's my head too. I checking, you know, slow. You see one way, shallow way, that go wash there. You know what I'm saying? You see the next step. We have to, you see, we have to change the mindset of the people. And you have to have a whole reset of the mind, like you say there, for people to understand that we can have we have to be able to be diverse, my brother. We can't have all our eggs in one basket. You check it?
But you see, Maggie, once you allow people to participate and you allow people to be who they are, diversity must come.
Yeah,
out.
man. Yeah,
Because-
that's true.
My brother, each man have a blessing in.
Yes, sir.
You check?
Yes,
Your blessing and my blessing is two different blessings.
Yeah.
So when you start to do your thing, I start to do my thing, and that man start to do his thing over there,
Yeah, man.
it's how many different activities, you know, that there.
Ah,
But when we come together and we do what we do,
yes,
and they love the game, it's strengthening everything. It allowing for circulation of money, circulation of ideology, circulation of everything. So you're having human capacity development. But presently, that is what them man fighting down.
And not just that, it building interdependence too. Because when what you doing complementing what I doing,
yes.
then I becoming interested in making sure that you
have what I
you check
need,
me
yeah.
what I need. Because if your business get affected, I wanna be affected
Yes,
too.
yes.
You check? Yeah, man.
Trust me, and I'm telling you, the way it is right now, we have to, like Pyro say, it's uprising time, Rasta. That's the only way. That's the only way.
Too much.
It's uprising time. Check it.
Nonsense.
Time to uprise. You check it.
But you see, I gather to say
Yeah,
one
to
thing
follow
before you
them
see
man
it.
every day.
You see what we're doing? I believe you see it having result because
Yes, I was
ultimately it's sparking discussion and it's getting people to talk. And I believe that, remember, that is how we share ideas and that's how we communicate by talking. So the more, yes, but we have to continue and
continuing.
you know, because you
But it's
see,
not
you
just
know what I realize. You know what I realize.
Yeah, but it's not just talking to him.
Yeah.
It's talking, listening.
Yes,
understanding,
definitely.
Energy.
comprehension. Because at the end of the day, you can listen to a man and not understanding, not comprehending, and go and
Definitely.
profit towards
Yeah.
what he's saying.
Yeah.
Just going one is come out in the next one, you just check into it.
Yeah, breaking sticks in the
But-
ears, yeah.
Being able to understand,
Yeah.
comprehend,
Yeah.
and them kind of things there is highly important.
So therefore that
But
means
it-
the way you talk,
Yeah.
what you're saying, you have to be able, you see, teaching, you're able to impact knowledge and ensure that, you know, the people and them, you have patience, you have to know those that
But-
don't making sense, but you have to know, well, that's why youths and them have to be, they have to be the focal point. You
That
see.
is a dream.
But touching on that too now, is not everybody that understanding things a certain way. So a message can, sometimes I can share an idea with you, you know, and you can convey it to somebody else and they might understand you better than they might understand me.
True.
So it's in the dialogue and in the constant dialogue that we continue to refine it until everybody understand. You know, and well,
Yeah, it's a vibe.
Imagine as Pyro speak,
it's getting out there.
as Pyro speak about the blessing, all of us have a blessing, but it's so fitting that yesterday, you know, I was listening to a motivational speaker. I was talking about blessing, that same kind of thing. Everybody have a blessing, and it's up to you to act on that blessing. And the lack of inaction of you is for you to glorify and praise Jah that give you the blessing. Is for you to act on the blessing.
Yes.
You check it,
Yes,
and
bro.
therefore it have a lot of people that have blessing, and three things. Either they act on it in a positive way to impact, and do what it, get the positive thing out of the blessing, or they go negative where they use that blessing to actually do harm, to mischief, to support evil. You check it. So, and then you have like let's say artists, like the people are able to sing, the artists, and then you have those that will sing for the oppressors. You see me by like going on, but they will still go and support and sing for them and things so to help. They are assisting them in still oppressing the people. And then you have those that will sing against Bob Marley and them, and sing against the system and rebel against the system, and because you have that thing and using that gift you have from Jah to motivate the people and impact the people positively.
Yeah.
And then you have those that will just out of fear or otherwise whatever it is, just have the blessing and do nothing with it.
Yeah.
They are just as bad as those that using it to support the evil, you get it? And I say not to say, we have a lot of people in the land among us, that have the blessing and they're not using it to liberate the people, to help each other. We're not using it to empower. We're not using it, to do what needs to be done to bring liberation to the people's mind and soul, and that do good. And I'm calling on them, Yeah, it's time all you lose that fear. We don't tell you to come and fight, come and this and that, but the least you can do is sing something, to give the people, to motivate the people to take action. You check it, and we see it coming out. You see it coming out. We listen to that and thing when you have the Tyrone,
Yeah.
the ghetto voices.
Yeah, the ghetto voice reading.
Yeah, that ghetto voice reading people. Check it out, That is the kind of thing we're looking for, and it's youths that sing in there, and you hear all the tune and the message there naturally. You check it, and I even hear them man are singing, the Booyah man, them Rich Cross Bridge and them are singing how much madness, but I hear them sing a thing the other day. I say,
Yes.
no, man.
No, the one with Jolly.
Yes,
Babawli.
yes, Young Babawli.
Big up Jolly on that Babawli track.
Yeah,
I
I say,
want to hear that on
You
the
say, well,
video.
if Rich across the bridge and Jolly Molly can
Trust
feel
me.
it to sing about it now.
I'm promoting
They not sing a thing about it, they can't even afford
The country hard and it's we that have it so.
Yes.
The country broke
Yeah.
and it's we that have it so.
Yeah. We
You
can
check me.
We can even
The country hard like Babawli.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's a
Big up,
reality,
boy.
is we that have it so.
Yeah,
We that have
man.
it so.
And the only way going and change is for us to change our mindset.
Yes.
Give up, not give up, no, but
Sacrifice.
sacrifice and find hope, because you can have a lot of what I call hopelessness and lack of inspiration, and that inspiration has to be brought from somewhere, and we Moun Sewye will bring in the inspiration for the people to want to stand up for themselves to create a better future. But it cannot be us alone that's spearheading the singing of it's revolution time. The chorus has to be sung by other people, and other people in other leadership thresholds have to recognize the situation at play. And when we take the lead to call for, it's time to shut it down, it's time for revolution.
Yeah.
And the rest of them sit down, and pardon my language, and sit down with their ass shut, then it don't take in effect the way it has to take place. And I can come up with quite a bit of names, but my most favorite name is Thomas Later.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Later is one of the people, and people have to recognize a snake in the grass for a snake in the grass. Don't call it a lizard, it's not an amolo, it is a snake in the grass. No, it's not an agouti.
Don't pass it by that.
Agouti don't pass it by that. That snake, them snake there, they running down, they don't moving, but they catching things and they're big. You don't know why they're big. You don't know what are passing in front of them to them big like that, but they're big. And when you have leadership that cannot recognize the situation that we facing as a people. And when the younger generation represented by Moun Sewye says time for revolution, and the older heads yet don't want to move, don't want to move, don't want to repeat the chorus, don't want to recognize that the youth crying. Recognize it, people, and see it for what it is. That hold on in many forms. And see Thomas later as the most dangerous person in Dominica. Because that man yielding the most power to have the most peaceful resolution in Dominica. And he playing politics with the lives of the people. And we need to put pressure on him to act for the right, to do the right thing, or resign out of office for not doing the right thing. That man has too much excuses making. That man just, that man is a problem in the society and nobody not paying attention to him. But I digress from him. What it is about us, the people of Dominica, coming together, recognizing our shortcomings and coming together. We have a problem to solve. We have a nation to develop. We have justice to bring for the masses. And the only way we're going to bring justice, bring peace, bring prosperity, is to put aside petty differences. Recognize like a night like tonight, it don't fall on one man roof. It falling in Mount Daniel tonight, it falling in Posse tonight, it falling in Grand Bay tonight. It falling everywhere.
Yes, sir.
And we must recognize we in Dominica, the small man, in a struggle for liberty, a struggle for betterment. And we cannot wait. And I say it again. We cannot wait.
Yeah. You know why?
For great God to come from the sky. The meek shall not inherit the earth. Because either we go heaven or we go hell. We don't have no earth to inherit in what they're teaching us. So recognize what they're telling us, how they're telling to us. Let us re-educate ourselves. Because only in re-education that we can liberate Dominica. Only in re-education of our masses we can liberate the people. And to close up for the night, cowardness is infectious. And when you repeat cowardness to somebody else, it infects that person with the spirit of cowardness. We need to be inspired. We need to be brave. And we need to go forth with the message of inspiration and bravery to the next man. So we can infect the next man with inspiration and fearlessness and bravery, so he can take that message forth. And this is how we going to do it. We can, we will, we must. Good night, Dominica.